free and dive into the sky. Hear the wind crying out its prayer. While we so ashamed to be alive, break the chains and our freedom's ours to take. Look behind your back. Chase a light when the world is getting darker. I have a dream where love's the only side. So take my hand, join the army of the shadows. Going harder, we are more than numbers, standing in the shade. Going louder, we are all one color, standing in the way. Join the army of the shadow. Join the army of the shadow. Join the army of the shadows. Shadows, shadows. Join the army of the shadows. Join the army of the shadows. Going harder, we are more than numbers, standing in their shade. Going louder, we are all one color, standing in their way.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go.
Okay, testing. Sorry about that. So my OBS disconnected from Stream Elements for whatever reason. But I took a second, got it working. Yeah, it looks like it's fine. Alright, so I spent the last week and a half basically just doing research, poking at different features, trying to just see where these pieces of the puzzle would fit. And this was actually for the car game, right? And I realized something very fundamental to when you're developing in Unity. You kind of want to make your data persistence before you do other things. Like, one of the first things you want to try to do is make sure that you're doing, uh, for the car game, right? And I realized something very fundamental to when you're developing in Unity. You kind of want to make your data persistence before you do other things. Like, one of the first things you want to try to do is make sure that you're doing, you've done your data management structure. So doing this to my own, to be kind to myself, I kind of approached this project, which is the RPG one, with the intention to just take this as a relearning or learning experience for dealing with Unity again. The our game was actually a bit more serious, or it is a bit more serious. I'm just putting it on hold for now because I need to reevaluate the data structure a bit. And so I said, well, why not just do it in the RPG, right? Because we're going to have to refactor this RPG now to be production worthy. So that's the idea. So today is effectively, I'm not sure if I'll be able to get to implementing some of the newer systems. There are some new things in this that I did not stream. Just stuff that I've been working on over the last week and a half, basically. But these are largely experimental classes and wouldn't probably be very, very beneficial. Like, if it gets to the part where they're being tied into the actual code that we're using, then I will show what they're about, or just redesign them from scratch and try to make them better. Okay, so let's actually run this and see where we left off with it. Okay, we have some type of runtime issue. An init check. I think this is the... Yeah, this should be working fine. What are you complaining about? Maybe I didn't save? Ah, that's what it is. Okay. So this is part of... Because I haven't updated this to CS9 yet, I had to do this. So this is what we would call technically global. So we can use this call over here. This code is based on... oh gosh. What's that guy's name? I have to look it up. Give me a second. I won't feel right unless I look it up. Give me 1 sec. Like, because then it's just like, you know, it's... I'm okay with stealing code. Just give credit, you know? I don't want to claim something is mine and it's really not. Should be. Where are you? The reason why I'm not really going too deep into this class, though, is because the code is definitely not intermediate level. It's getting into that area of very high-end intermediate, and it doesn't serve any purpose. I haven't taken the steps or shown the steps leading towards it, so if I do get questions, I don't want to be responsible for the answers that have to be given for those. So I would like to give credit to him for his code. Where is it? Like, every time I see the name, I get scared. That's the kind of stuff he puts out. Like, I was... Ah, there it is. Git Amend. That's the channel's name if anyone is interested in checking them out. But, yeah. I always joke with him on that I just play like a drinking game with his videos. It's effectively like, how long will it take before... drink for each minute until... what was it? Yeah, a drink for each minute before you get completely lost about whatever the heck it is that he's talking about. Like, you could think you know programming, then all of a sudden he's just like, I'm like, dude, nobody uses that. Why are you going... like, there's other ways of getting the job done, but he decides to just take it to the senior level, and I'm like, bro. Right, okay, so that's his... I'll type it here real quick. That's the channel's name. Make sure OBS is actually. I'm assuming OBS is. Yeah, it is. Okay. Hey, what's going on, Nick? Confused about what? So I'm not going to get into the details of this class at all, because this is supposed to be a suite of classes that effectively make up a possible save system I will go with in the future. But this is based on Git amends. I thought Nepal finished his stream already, no? That is weird. I thought Nepal finished his stream this morning. Like, he usually streams super early in the morning. It's either he streams early in the morning or in the evenings. Like, he would stream roughly, like, he starts 1 hour before Roman's late night time, and used to start exactly at the same time as Roman in the morning. Oh, I didn't know. 1 second. Let me hit him up on Discord. We might be able to do like a paired stream or something. Hold on. I'm not sure what he's doing. I thought he said, because I was watching, I got to lurk around on his stream this morning, and I heard when he said that he wanted to do more serious stuff offline, so I just assumed that he wasn't streaming. I will go into his Discord. I think he does it in stream. Okay, so I am going to. I don't see him on. Are you sure? Oh yeah, there he is. I don't know if he's going to respond over Discord now that I think about it, because he has that do not disturb thing going. So I might be better served just actually calling him. Give me 1 sec. Oh, he's playing Octopath. Okay. Never mind. I thought he was developing. Okay, yeah, then it doesn't make any sense. Let me get out of this channel. Okay, there we go. Alright, let's see now. Hey, I can't apologize about that, Nick. It's you know, I guess I could have waited until tomorrow to stream. I don't know. I'm just doing what I can do when I can do it. That's all. Alright, so this class hopefully shouldn't be used. So, we're gonna do a couple of things today. One is we're going to be doing a major refactor, because I've decided on how this game is going to look overall. So So you guys are going to get to see me develop 2 games inside of 1 game. What I mean by that is we're about to develop effectively a completely different control scheme and all kinds of fun janky stuff. We also implemented a more conventional more conventionally used reverse pattern. So we are going to bringing a lot of the reverse patterns we've been using and use the more conventional approach for it. That's going to require a little bit of hooking in also. So let's do that. Let's stop talking about it and do it. All right. So let's go to, well, first let's actually test the game to see like where we left off. Okay. Hey, what's going on, King's Movie Social Club? I'm on a burnout too. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out that middle ground. You know what? Oh, that's weird. You don't have a... I don't see... Oh, there it is. Wow, I lost a lot of weird stuff. Like, OBS every once in a while just loses things. Give me 1 second. So... have some burnout stars. There you go. All right, let's test this out. He did both today. Octopath. Hello. I'm pretty sure I got burnt out from developing the game. Great. Nothing more. I'm in. Thanks, homie. No problem, homie. Nick, did you know that quality settings affect all open YouTube instance? What? What do you mean? Let's run this thing. Is this thing running? Oh, don't tell me Unity just crashed. That'd be crazy. I wouldn't have a single clue what crashed also. Ah, there we go. Okay. It's been a while since I played this, so I just gotta remember the controls a little. Make it bigger for you guys. Yeah, I do remember that there was a small issue here. We didn't bump into the issue for whatever reason. Ah, there it is. Like a little skip for some reason. I gotta figure out what that's about. The targeting is working fine. We can... It's all smooth. I really... So if I go like this and hover over it, the math there is pretty cool. Really simple math. Okay, there we go. And we can do tab. Is it tab? How do you lock on? Ah, there we go. We have to hold tab. And then we can switch by just doing... There we go. But if we go too far away, it will break lock and then go to the other one. I think we need to increase the distance. Or it breaks lock. Okay. That's weird. Alright. Yeah, okay. So that's going to be part of the whole sequencing system that I build later on, right? Okay, we're good. So the game works. We have like one or two bugs that I saw. We're going to be doing a heavy refactor on data structure. Because we're going to be building a second game inside of this game. And I don't mean mini game. I mean it's going to be a parallel game. There we go. A mix of oh, that's weird. I didn't know quality changes like that. Yeah. Simple, I can't count past 4. Does it still apply? Is this a prototype or are you just messing about? Oh, I need to join a project. Well, you guys need an artist? So it's a combination of stuff. This originally started off with just messing about. Then it turned into, hey, can I make some of the stuff that I already know how to do, but better again? So I made this project without referring to any of my old code. I was just, from the top of the head, just bringing back stuff and then trying my best to apply the 2025 version of me to if I had to design these things, these features out. That was what this was about. And then I got a lot of good vibes from it, and I was like, okay, let me see what it is. And then I prototyped it out, the combat out to where it is right now. So now I'm going to develop the other side of this game, but I need to do a refactor on the data structure because this was simply not designed to go this far. But here it is. I need to join a project. Well, you guys need an artist. Starting fresh with new skills is always smart, just difficult. Yeah, it is. Need an artist. So here's the rub. There's the answer to that would always be yes. The rub is that it's a commitment thing. Because anytime, and this is what happens to me when I do game jams, anytime that I have other people, artists or otherwise, whatever, if I have somebody who's with me that has produced work, it's like it becomes, especially in like the indie sphere, it becomes this thing, it's like a chip on my shoulder at that point to get the project to completion. So I have really bad PTSD from some game jams where the other coder decided, hey, or the game dev decided, hey, real life stuff, gotta go. And it's like, I'm a little bit tepid to try to say, yeah, we could do that. Because I want to know that the game base is in a place where you're not going to just waste your art. You know what I mean? I hear you. Starting fresh with new skills, always smart. 2-year-old. I have pretty mature work ethic. Friends first. I mean, sure, I don't mind. So what art are you talking about exactly? Like, you do stuff like, what exactly do you mean? And if you don't mind, what were you doing before? Like, were you always in the industry, or like, are you like just goofing around? Like, is it a hobby? Like, what's up? Okay. So let's start working on some refactoring. The first thing is we're going to be introducing the data side of these classes. So we already kind of did do this, just out of habit, but I didn't dedicate to it. And so we're in this very weird place of we have different data architectures. So right now we're going to consolidate all of them and put them under one branch. That way when we go to save the game or load the game, we have that path line to go with. I was an illustrator on Fiverr for 10 years. That's crazy. That's retired to get into addiction recovery coaching. Yeah, a lot of people get addicted to Fiverr, you know. Got really sad there. Now it's just there. So now I'm trying to get back into art. I feel you. Okay. Sure thing, man. So have you worked with Unity before? Like, what's your engine knowledge like? Okay, so let's get into data. So fortunately, we did separate out our data a bit. So virtually all of these are data objects, right? But believe it or not, this is not where we're going to be doing the bulk of the work. It's going to be on our runtime data. Yeah, I was just doing. If you follow back into this channel's history, I went between. I can go between either one. The only reason why I've decided to go back to Unity is just I develop faster in Unity. So when I tested it out, I developed roughly about 25% faster in Unity than I do with Godot. So that's just me personally. That and I hate Godot's animator for 3D. It's just numbing. it broke my my spine basically, and I just said because every time that I had to deal with anything related to where is the game manager? Is it under component? There it is. Okay. All right. So since we're working on a multi-scene workflow, we can change something here. Where is it? It should be under. So we did create these classes, which again are from Git amend. I just consolidated them and tweaked them for my project, but basically these are helper scripts. So here, because Unity does not serialize, or rather JSON, yeah, Unity also does not serialize these structs for Quaternion and for Vector3. So when we save the game, we are going to be saving Vector3s in this instance. And so by using a static implicit operator, we can just convert these back to original Vector3 very easily when we just call a serialized Vector3. It will automatically handle the conversion back to normal Vector3 for us. But I will not be getting into this because this isn't. I never showed how to understand this code on my channel. So when I do go into this and do a breakdown on it, because I consider this very late. Like if you're using stuff like this is very late into development knowledge for C#. Like you'd probably be late intermediate getting into that area of senior. So the words wouldn't be going over everyone's head and wasting people's times. Just know that what this is effectively doing over here is we're going to be using this to create unique ID numbers, and then we're mapping them out across 4 parts to ensure the uniqueness of these numbers. That's the idea. So it's almost impossible for all 4 of these to match something else. And so now when we create a new entity for our data, so we're going to be creating entities because this game can have different characters, and each character is its own entity. Similarly, we can have inventories, we can have anything else that we really want to make persistent across different scenes. We'll want to have its own ID number, so that way when we save, when we load, we can just grab that ID number and then make that ID number persistent to that entity. Then later on, we could actually just go and do a search on that ID number and get back the entity related to that ID number. And that's how it works. No. This is in my mind, I'm thinking of a just many NPCs. If you don't need to do this for, well, you don't need to do this for multiplayer. I mean, you could still do it, but multiplayer already has its own. Unity has its own way of handling different players, so you could just piggyback into that, right? And then each player would just be saving its own thing. I missed some of the messages. Hold on. I've never really got into Unity, but if you need 2D sprites, it's my favorite thing to do. So I'll show you something that I just made earlier this week. It's pretty cool, I think. It's in this project, I think. It should be. So there's this object. Since you don't use Unity, you probably won't really figure it out, but think of the Godot equivalent of having, let's say you have a sprite, and you want to layer out your sprite, so you want to have different hair, different clothing, etc., etc. You would have different nodes at different layers, and then you'd have the renderer for each one. And you just parent them out, so that way they are layered in a specific way to put certain things behind other things, right? That's how you would do it in Godot. In Unity, you kind of do it the same way. You would have this game object, and then you'd have several other game objects underneath it as children of it. And then you would have, like, one would be the hair renderer, the other one would be the clothing renderer, whatever. And then you'd have the animation player at the top level, and inside of the animation, the animator, you would have layers that would run each sprite to keep them all in sync. Each sprite renderer on each game object nested, right? I wanted to avoid that. So what I did is that I made a sprite compositor. So these are my sprites over here. There we go. Okay. So these are my sprites here. We have the body. These are the various eyes. The hair. Right? So this game object, you can see, doesn't have anything on it except this. I could actually get rid of this. Hold on. Okay, so this doesn't have anything on it. We can probably use a different sprite material to get the effects that I want, but it's just all default. This is all the default stuff. Over here, I have this right here. This is our sprite sheet compositor. Okay, so it takes in a master sprite sheet. So for now, that's just this thing. right? Now, it's important to note that this could be anything. I just chose this because I already have it and I don't have like another thing, but this could be like a naked sprite basically. But just having the same, what matters for this is the number of sprites inside of each animation. So there's going to be like 4 for facing down idle, 4 for facing left idle, 4 for facing right, 4 for facing up idle, and then for like moving it's 6. So that's what matters for this, because we're going to need those for the clips, right? So this could be, again, any image that we want. What matters is just the number of sprites per clip. Has to match. Okay, so now we're going to go here to the scene. So you can see nothing's being shown here. This thing should work upon being shown. So let's... where is it again? There it is. Okay. So the target game object is this thing that I clicked down here. And it's going to replace... It has a master override, which is going to allow it to override the animations that belong to the master override. Or belong to the animator, right? That this is going to target. So let's do that. It'll only run when I play. So now you see that there's nothing here. We're going to click this to generate a composite, and there it is. Pretty cool, huh? So this is a new sprite sheet that's been generated. Yeah, okay, so this is a new sprite sheet that's been generated. Completely new instance of the sprite sheet. And if I had more hairstyles, I could just swap the hairstyles out by just using the different hair right here. But the cool thing about this is there's no additional objects. So no extra transforms to keep track of. The animator doesn't need to track multiple things. It just needs to run this one renderer's sprite sheet on the renderer. So that, believe it or not, the sprite sheet the image generation part of it was super easy. The annoying part was hooking the new image and programmatically creating new animation clips. But I could imagine, as like an artist, just having access to something like that should be like super easy, making things super easy. Nick says slots 84. King says paper doll. Yeah, that is very clever. I don't think Godot can do that. If you hit hard enough, you can do it. King's Move Social Club. Splendid. Feels like cheating. Run smoother, probably. You're right. Yeah. So it basically, I could have a ton more now objects, and we're only running because these renderers cost. I did a game. It was a Vampire Survivor clone. And I didn't need layers like Paper Doll, like you said. I just had one renderer. And when I had like about 500 enemies, not even that, and I have a decent computer, but when I have 500 enemies, those renderers were kicking my processor's butt, right? So now imagine if I had to worry about like the hair, the eyes, or other things that might be happening, right? And having multiple renderers. That's needless at that point. In order to optimize that one, enemies that were not inside of the camera's view, I just disabled their renderers, and I gained like tons of FPS from that. But still, this just circumvents that whole having multiple game objects with multiple transforms and multiple renderers, right? It's much more optimal. Yeah, and we also for like let's say like we're doing let's say we're doing character creation, we cache out. So I create unique IDs for each combination of appearances, then just cache it. So that way, if you go to that same unique combination again, it'll, instead of having to recreate the image again, it'll just load up the previous image that you made of that unique combination. So that's where I am with this. So it was pretty cool. Um, as an artist, I figured that you probably would have appreciated that one. Um, and it's pretty simple to. I haven't. So this is the poking around part of it because I haven't designed out the API for like the artist to use or anything like that. Yet. So where is it? So right now the way to actually add layers is to put them here. So we have the hair, the face, blah blah blah, right? But ultimately we want to take this out and then put this well, this is still going to be here. But ultimately we want to make this something that's programmatic, but still simple for a non-programmer to deal with. So after I finish doing this refactor and building out the second half of this game, I'm going to go back and do that. Yeah, basically all this is doing is I get each layer and I'm using what's called a pass-by pattern. So if the layer doesn't exist, it won't error out, it'll just ignore the layer and move on. But we just check through the layer in the order. So in my project, the hair should be on the top, then the face is rendered behind the hair, the eyes behind that. Or rather, no, this isn't actually, is it? One. We have the hair first, then it is the eye. Okay, yeah, it's in order. So we have the hair first. The hair is rendered on the top. The eyes are rendered under the hair, or the face is rendered. Oh no. Okay, so it's actually this way. The eyes are over here, and it doesn't matter. It's going to handle it on its own. I'm just going to put it in order so that way it's just easy to read. Okay, so we get the hair first, is the first to be rendered. The eyes, technically it's the other way around. We render the body first onto the new sprite sheet, because then the head is going to be above the body, and then the face is going to be above the head. So the face is like the overlay. So like if you look at the character over here, you'll see like these little red blemishes or blushes, that type of stuff, or even the shadows. That could be on the face overlay. Then we have the eyes. That's just rendered above that. And then finally the hair. So we could add, since each hair might have unique shadows, we could do that there also. So whatever we want. So instead of having to draw up an entire sprite over and over again, we just draw the little pieces of the sprite. And then this, as we just populate this, it will just generate composites. Right? And so it creates a new sprite sheet in that order. And this part over here was the actual hard part, though. Believe it or not. Before I got to this, it was an issue. Like, it took me about a day to figure out that this mapping was going to be needed. I was like, I kept trying to, so what I was trying to do was I was trying to tag into the override to grab the clips and then figure out, okay, this clip has this name, grab this set of animations, and Unity doesn't give you access to that information. So eventually I just decided to make a map, and that's how we got the animation, because these animations work. Like, if I go here, let's click this, let's go to the animator. I guess let's go to a more easily seen one, and you'll see that it has the word clone here. So this is a unique clip. So we can make changes to this clip if we want to and get different effects, and it won't affect other clips. So let's do this one. right? So those clips all work, and they're all procedurally generated. You could even make a status effect layer that way, like burning or froze status. I mean, if it can, this is really for sprite sheets. So if you want to and you could do that via sprite sheet, go right ahead. You know, like it would work for that. You just need to at that point. Oh, I see what you mean. Like yeah, like if you created a sprite sheet of status effect icons and you wanted to animate through them, yeah, it would work. Right? Like you just need to create like a massive sprite sheet of your animators. Then you take that master sheet, but you wouldn't really need to, I think, for that, unless like you wanted to do very specific things. Like there's in that way it doesn't make sense. Maybe it does. Like I'd have to really see like the use case. Arm wrestling game though. Yeah. Okay. Let's get to work. See. So we're gonna check out the game manager first. Actually, let's not even go to the game manager. Let's go to our addressable system, because I think I want to convert our addressable system to something that utilizes a integer setup rather than let's go to data, actor data. Too much data. Okay. I think it's game data. Nope. Data object. Data manager. There we go. Okay, gotcha. Okay. So first we're going to change this from a string to a int. I'm confused. One sec. What's the issue here? Issue is this. Where did this come from? Ah, there we go. Yeah, like if I wanted an ice cube sprite but green, or a pink, etc., or blue, etc., I feel like I should give Unity a try. So in that case, I would like for the here, for example, for this, I won't probably be doing colors inside of the method inside of this class, right? What I would do is I would create a generic shader, and just have the shader target certain portions of the sprite. And I could just make a reference to the sprites here, I guess. But that comes down to like things like grayscaling, right? So the first thing that I would do is I'd need to, inside of that, possibly send to like another data structure on the target. Let's say it's a player. What the map of the hair, or the map of each part, basically, after this is done doing its thing. And then once it does that, then we can reference that map with a shader and say, hey, the player wants to change the hair from white to red. And so we reference we use the sprite, the color for the hair, and then change that portion of the sprite if that pixel is where the hair would be, things like that. Right? That would be I think the better way of handling it, instead of... Correct. Instead, we just grayscale the hair, or grayscale the entire character. And then... Dude, you still have, like, what, another, I think, 5 years before you can call yourself old. It just gets easier to call yourself old as you get older, I guess, but I remember... As soon as I hit 20, I was calling myself old, and everybody was like, you're not old. But you got tons of time, bro. The best part about it is you realize that you need to be super efficient. So we need to that's why I was using the string name. I get you. Okay. We're going to keep it as a string. So we won't be doing that. I see why I use a string name now. It makes sense. It's a little slower, but these calls shouldn't be happening all the time anyway. It's usually just an initialization. But I would have liked to have made them integers instead of strings. But I see why. Because I'm utilizing the application's naming structure as a backup for if there isn't a name already put in. And so one sec. Okay. And so that's part of why I left it as a string, because I was like, why would I do that? But it's not too bad anyway. It's a lookup call. All right, so let's go back to the game manager and work our way through the project. Actually, let's do this. We're going to start with I heard once a 14-year-old unironically said, "I'm so old, my brother has it so good." Yeah. And he was like actually depressed because his brother is a toddler. Wow. But I've been alive long enough to have conversations with a computer now. Never saw that coming. Technically, I'm talking to my computer because it's just easier or / faster to journal this way. A new addition to the family makes any single child feel old. True. Voice to text, underrated. It is. Anytime I don't have to read, I take that opportunity. Oi. Like, oi. Like, what the heck, man? I have to read all the time. You know, I put out freaking... I've probably written The Art of War in just length maybe 10 times over with how much code I've written that I've had to read again. Let's see. Okay. This is a new data structure, so let's think about this. We start off with, let's call this, right here, let's call this our persistent data. The persistent data structure, right? So inside of this, we're going to take these. Where is it? I think it's game data. Is it? I see. Okay, yep. And we're going to put this over here. Okay, good. So now we're going to go here and we're going to make our first abstract class of this new direction. This is just going to be a regular CS file. I think this should just be... So we're going to call this game entity. Right? And this is going to be as an apart from the actual player. Sure, we reload. Okay. So this is going to be our public abstract, because this isn't meant to be instanced on its own. And it's going to come with actually, we can just do this. And then it come with iSavable. Okay. So we're going to also, I think, I don't want this. We're tying too tightly into that. Okay, so we're going to do this. I think that's it for this. There we go. Okay. So we could go through this through separating out. Like this is the part where now I have to make that design decision, right? Because we could go completely anal about this and just split these two things completely apart and say, hey, this part is related to serializable information. This part is related to runtime information. We can do that. I don't see the benefit of it. It is anytime I don't I got bad eyes. Well, don't read. uh so Nepal uses text to speech a lot for, well, I shouldn't say that. What I should say is his text to speech is picking up on his the Nightbot, and Nightbot tends to have like entire conversations on its own sometimes. So I'll just be there listening, and then every 5 minutes I'll hear like and subscribe. It's like, man, this is a bit. I think, you know, it's getting into overkill, kind of. But you know, it is what it is. Oh, he did. I think maybe he rewatched his own stream and then realized that it's kind of overkill. Like, regardless of the context, it's overkill. I could understand if it was like every 30 minutes, maybe, but every 5 minutes is kind of rough. But yeah, I think on Friday I was on his stream, and was, yeah, you were there also, and he was not a very happy camper. It could have been, you know, the after work blues where he's just like grumpy, but I don't know. Given name, surname, age, birthday, faction. We also forgot to make the faction system for this game. I forgot to put that in. Okay, whatever. I think we're going to... Let's check. Hold on. There's a quick way to find out. Save manager. Or save load system. Okay, so in our save load system, when we do a bind, what are we looking for? We're looking for mono behavior. So effectively, this is very bad. I don't like this. So when we do save game, what are we doing? We pass in game data. Okay, I got you. We're getting there. We're understanding. So game data is just this information. So in this case, we need a list of the So this is kind of like the save slot, right? So when we load the game, we're going to get a bunch of these game datas, and it's going to have that icon here that we're going to be making a reference to. And that icon is basically just like a little snapshot of what the scene looked like when you save the game. So list... entity, game entity, there it is. Okay, there we go. So any entity in the game, be it like an inventory, whatever, all of that. So we could actually have here Nope, I did not see. Okay. All right. Given name, surname, age, birthday, gender, faction. So
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to
I don't know what else to put here. For now, we're just gonna leave it like this. Actually, no. We need to have stats. So in this game, we will have. You know what?
just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see
So this is a part of just the. See, this is why building this first before you build anything else in your game is always so important, because it helps you to narrow down what your game is going to look like. Right? And so it forced me over the last week and a half to really try to consider what progression looks like in this game. One of the things that I was thinking of is that you simply have a certain amount of experience, right? And as you continue to gain experience and you reach the limits, instead of overtly leveling up, you just gain points. And when you gain those points, the game is tracking how many points you've gained. The more points you have, the lower the amount of experience enemies are going to be giving you. Right? And you can spend these points on unlocking... well, sorry, let me rephrase that. The more points you have, the more you can spend on unlocking stuff. And the more stuff you've unlocked, the lower the amount of experience enemies will be giving. Right? So, the progression, instead of you leveling up and then gaining stat points, you go through a kind of tech tree situation, where you can spend points on getting like +1 to strength or going +1 to intelligence, whatever it is you choose. Then, so technically in that way, the game has only as, like, you could branch off into whatever you want to. So each time that you go through these, through the tech trees, it's basically locked off in certain areas. Like, you just can't go any further, right? Or you just haven't discovered that path in the tech tree yet. And as you... So this is about, like, martial arts and so on. So as you study or cultivate different martial arts, it would unlock a specific part of that tech tree. So you could technically... If you've unlocked, let's say that you're on path A to B, right? Or A to C. And you've unlocked A, you've done A. But then you unlock C, but you don't unlock B. So that means that the branches that you need in order to get to C, you won't be able to get to. You won't be able to get to for the fact that you need to have B to get there. Right? You just don't have the connections. That's what I'm thinking of doing with this. What do you think? So I think the part where, you know, you defeat enemies or whatever, however it is, but you gain experience, that should be pretty simple. Let's say it's 1,000. Every time you gain 1,000 experience, you gain some points, some points to apply to your tech tree. And not all of the techs are available. You have to master, like you have to equip a book and utilize that book, like gain experience while using that book or study it, whatever. And only after you've completed studying it does it fully unlock your ability to access parts of your tech tree. Does that clarify it? Right. There's like different things. It could be that let's say like you want to go into the martial arts of, like, I don't know. So the killing intent martial arts or something like that, right? So you go to a school for that martial art, get the book from that school. Or the series of books, volumes 1 through 10 or whatever. And as you get that, it clears up the fog on the tech tree enough so that way you can see the path going through that style of martial arts. So you can build up you can apply points to get like evasion and strength and whatever, plus whatever you need, and then get like big skills out of there, like new magical attacks or new combo attacks with a specific weapon, things like that. Right? But at the same time, let's say you get Killing Intent Volume 1, and you got Volume 1 and Volume 5. And you learn Volume 1 and Volume 5. Then you won't be able to get 2, 5 because you never got 2, 3, and 4. One high school step from making it an anime. I don't think that's necessary, but I can see it working. Right? So, like, let's say, like, you go Scythe, and you want to, like, as a player, you want to develop your Scythe out, like, that's the weapon you want to use, then you probably want to find a school that deals with Scythe, or a sect that deals with Scythe, or try to find it at a store, like various books, and purchase related to them, and hopefully some of them are tied together, because there are different schools on Scythes, and things like that. Well, I'm picturing the tree to be pretty robust. right? I'm picturing it that it's got segments. It's a segmented tree in this way. Right? So you just have like one segment is this volume from this school, the next segment is volume 2, and it will just chain out. But you might have certain interconnectivities going on between the different approaches to these martial arts. And so it's possible that you could go from, let's say, there's techniques that are inside of the sword school that are very similar to the I don't know, the ice school, right? So you could branch off into one without necessarily going directly through the same line. Well, I don't know if that's what I was thinking. I think it's more along the lines of that you just have multiple ways of accessing certain segments of the tree. Right? Kind of it's not so much that you need 2 requirements. Is that a fine colored wheel? So we're going to make this a list of texts unlocked. When we save the game, we just save it as integers. And the text, when we start the game, they're going to get their own IDs. And so when we unlock them, we just store them here. When we load the game, we'll just read this and then actively unlock them again. Once we load the game for the player. Okay, and so that's our stats, basically. That's where our stats come from. Otherwise, we don't track that. So then we go public list int so these are the traits that are actively on this character. And then public inventory. Right? So now whenever we get our inventory, we just get the inventory's ID, which is the same, this ID over here. Okay. So when the game starts, picture it like this. When the game starts, let's say that you're using the scythe, you really only have 2 attacks at the scythe. Right, which is basically left slash and then right slash. And it's going to be the same thing for just about any weapon that you decide to pick. It's just going to be the most basic 2 attacks that you're going to get. And then as you learn more books, they unlock paths in your tech tree. Right? And you gain points as mentioned that way. And as you go through, you can increase stats, sure. But you also gain access to new attacks that you can equip as part of your combo. So instead of having the maximum you can have for ground attacks, right now I'm going to limit it to 3. Same with air, the max you can have in your air attacks are 3. But you'll also be able to equip a launcher, which you've seen me do. Or instead of calling it a launcher, we can call it an auxiliary attack. One for the air, one for the ground. So the air one, you see me do, it knocks them up into the air. And then the ground one will knock them back down towards the ground. You see me do that with the scythe. Also. And then there's also spells. So I have it mapped right now where if I just hold left click, my character will automatically attack. Like the attacks continue. I don't have to keep clicking. But then if I hold in a direction and then left click on a specific point in the combo, it will do the auxiliary attack, which is what you see me doing when I knock. So basically it's just attack, 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 attack. Then if I hold a direction while holding left click, it will launch the target into the air. Right? So then there's a gap in between there that I want to put something in, which is going to be the dash attack, which is the final attack that you can do. Where it's basically the gap covering attack. That's if you're a distance away from the target that's further than a certain point, then your character dashes through, or whatever is unique, a unique style of dashing. Some of them will do damage, some of them will be acrobatic, whatever it is. It could be that you disappear and become lightning bolt and appear on the other side of them, whatever. Right? So that's basically it. So it's if you count it, that's a total of 6, 7, 8 different attack types that could be unlocked. Right? Right, and it's the same concept with spells and things like that. The tree is pretty robust, is what I was thinking. But so I'm thinking there's going to be 2 versions of it, maybe. I'm not sure. Like I have to like really put it out, but effectively the tech tree. I shouldn't say tech tree. Let's just call it the tech blob right now, because I can't really say it's a tech tree. Or tech roots. Let's call it that, because it's going outwards. So in the context of the story where this comes from, that would be called the Tao, or the way. So technically, you could say like the way of, and then you would pick the way that you were talking about. Then they have the Yidao, right? Which includes in this genre something called the Dan, which is the path of alchemy, effectively, as well as other things. Without getting into all of that nitty-gritty, basically, I'm debating if it should be another tech tree completely, for things that would be called occupations, you could say, versus the stuff that's like martial arts. It's not a custom name. Those are not customs names. Those that's just Chinese. It's not a custom name. I didn't come up with those. See, you can't make me remember your broken English either that you call whatever language that was. I think it was Polish? Danish? Who knows? Let's see. So we store the inventory ID. And that should be it. I can feel the persecution in that language. It lacks a certain amount of freedom. Nokoti... I have no clue. Polska si zeraza? Let's see now. Um, so if we're locking stat changes behind this,
I'm falling. Tell me why I'm falling. Oh, life's calling, but it's hard because I'm falling. I'm falling. Tell me why I'm falling. Oh, life's calling, but it's hard because I'm falling.
no code, no. I mean, it doesn't help that I don't know. So when I went to Spain, I spent 3 weeks, 2.5 weeks over there. And I can tell you, I did. It was a bunch of traveling, but I could tell you, the first time that I heard English again, it felt like I didn't even realize it, but it felt like I had a a backpack filled with stones around my ears the entire time. It just got lifted off of my ears. That's how it felt. But the first time that I heard English again after like 2.5 weeks. Nothing wrong with Spanish or anything like that. It's just that was heavy. Okay, so there it is. I just saw it. I wasn't really an analogy, I think. Well, it was, but it was just the feeling that I got from it. It was like it was because I can't say it was like a weight got lifted off my shoulders because it wasn't that. It was like my ears just felt unclogged. Like it just felt like a ton of weight was just lifted off of my ears the first time I heard English again. Um, Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Okay. I think this is good. So we'll expand on this as needed, but for right now, I think this is all we need for our data structure, the beginnings of it, the new data structure.
I'm headed to the bottom of the bottle. I've been drowning, I've been floating away. Every other dollar that I got in bed, I probably went and pissed it away. I ain't fucking okay. I ain't liking it, babe. I don't even wanna talk. I'm just smoking my haze. I've been stuck in my ways. I've been stuck here for days. I've been staring at the clock as the radio plays. I've been slaved. Yeah. Rolling another, I'm stuck in my seat for the whole control of my speech. Yeah, I've been trying to get off this couch for a minute and a whole damn week. No kidding, I'm skinny, I cannot eat. Got a million motherfuckers that depend on me. Yeah.
I just switched between Polish and English. My friends complain about that a lot for some reason, almost as if they didn't grow up watching exclusively English videos in Germany. How can that be? How many? I'm curious. How many channels did you have in Germany growing up? Like in the U.S., I'm talking about like non-cable channels, just like base TV channels. I mean, I doubt anyone even watches TV that anymore. I don't think I've watched TV in quite a few years, so that's a thing also. But I think in the US, as a kid, I remember we had, I think, 10 or 13 base channels before you get onto cable. Now there's like, I think, over 1,000. Like, you just have access to just about everything on cable.
Whipping harder, more less. Never stop, no rest. Till the stress is breath in my chest. Till it's diamonds wrapping my neck. Progress to a god from a goddamn mess. Hopeless, more tests. More blessed. Dug deep down, trying to find my best. Find a beast, had a killer conquest. I'm next. I'm too on till I'm too off. Come down, make new thoughts. Like jumping off of that rooftop. Whole life never when I do nothing. Make moves based on my mood drops. Like who's lost?
I don't think we need that. So our game has two states for the player. It has one where the player is in the dungeon, and has one where the player is I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of where this is going. But let's run it there and see what happens. Let's get rid of these for now. Okay, so let's make an entity. I think that's what we need to do in order to get like a clearer picture. So now, sadly, these entities have to be components, or they have to be mono behaviors. But we're going to put them in our persistent data structure. Again, a lot of this stuff is experimental. I've done it before in Godot, but this is going to be my first time trying to take that implementation to C# in Unity. Okay, so obviously the first thing that we're going to want is the character data. Oh gosh, this is leading exactly where I thought it was going to lead. I'm trying to think on this. But I was watching like 5, I think. Not sure if others existed. Didn't care. I was too small. My lore is too complicated for me. I got it. I got to reset. My lord. I think I'll call it here. Yesterday I left Nepal's stream, then got into a convo with Roman, and then with Sharkwave, and then with another YouTuber, and then I got pinged into another server. Dude. You know, you do it to yourself, brother. You absolutely do it to yourself. You blamed Roman. It's not Roman's fault. I think it's more of a nicked issue than anyone else. But that's cool though. You make yourself available. Get some sleep, man. You know, the it's fine. You're getting closer. You're getting closer to the real answer. It's not everybody else. So the natural progression would mean that it's likely then. That makes sense. Yeah, you talk to Nepal and you end up in these weird places. Like, I had no idea I was be talking about Godzilla versus King Kong. I mean, and that's obviously not, like, every time I keep hearing people bring that up, it's like, bro, it's really not that close. Like, they did one movie and now everybody thinks there's a fight there. There's no fight there. It's on site. It's like it's not gonna happen, right? It's just over. Like maybe the time that it's gonna take is to make a gorilla coat, or I don't know, for Godzilla if he wanted to do that, or it, whatever it is. Okay. So the idea is that these entities are going to live on a single game object, probably called an entity manager. And was it? Oh yeah. Then I'll take your word for it. I can't remember. I believe you. Yeah, old school Godzilla looked goofy as heck, but it's like, if we're just talking about power scaling, there's just no competition. I think my brain is still messed up from that other game. I'm pretty sure. Like nothing is really. I'm typing out and I'm looking at, but nothing is really flowing. You know what might help? Let me see if I can open it up. I need to find where I stored my GD script files. Where are you? Is this it? I don't think this is it. Pretty sure this isn't it. Yeah, I think this is it. Alright, let's see how I did this in Godot. Oh, this is not what I was thinking. I think this is... Yeah, interesting. Alright, let's try doing it that way. Where's Unity? There we go. Entity Manager. So here we just need to put in a factory pattern for the new entity. We also probably want to make one to spam create it. We probably also want something to archive an entity. And I guess probably to delete the entity entirely. So we're going to want this to be a singleton. Yeah, looking at my old code is just like, even though I looked at it for like a few seconds, it just like got my brain working again. And now looking at it again, it looks like for some reason I called an update on things. Oh, but this is for like saving and loading the game. So what this will do is when we start a game, we'll run create entity. All right. So the very first thing that we have to do is have to do a load. Then we have to do create entities. And then we have to do a this. Okay, so we're on the right path. It's when I've done this before. Not sure why it's not clicking. Whatever, we'll do it this way. Oh, that's why. Bit late now. We're already in too deep on this one, right? So. Okay, so when we load the game, that's not right. That's not right at all. I don't know why it did that. Yeah, this is it. So it just randomly created an iSaveable. I didn't even know Sharp would let it do that. There we go. I'm so confused. What is this looking for? It's already there. Like, this is what it's looking for, right? Oh, I see what's going on. I need to... this is, like I said, this isn't my system, so... I am... Alright, take care, Nick. Hmm. I am tempted, super tempted. Just go and look into my old saving system, because I did that system using events, actions, and it was just super sleek. It was just one core routine to stack together the various objects that were savable and run their save property on them, and then convert all of that over to JSON, then just load it back, and it worked perfectly fine. But this is rough. Let's do this. Nope. Okay. Oh, what am I missing here? Oh, we can get rid of this stuff. What other places use this? Okay. Like, this just isn't my way of handling it, and it's throwing me for a loop. I think that's what's happening here. Maybe I don't need... What are we looking at here? I think I'm overthinking it.
Lions roaring in the morning sun, searching for a longer day.
I think I overthought it. I think that's what's happening here.
We must never stop the way. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be
I'm annoyed. Based on what I understand, this should be doing is it should be registering with the savable system or with the save manager once the save manager comes into play to bind this to the save manager. Right, that should be what this does. And once it does that, then when we call iSaveable, it should handle its information that way. Oh my goodness. Okay. I bind entity manager. This should be right. Then we're just going to do this. And there we go. So now this is going to give us a problem. Right? Because this isn't iSaveable. So if we try to do iSaveable and do entity manager here, we're going to get a problem. Because iSaveable wants us to implement this also, the ID also. Hey, what's going on, Netball? How was Octopath, man? Ah. I expect usually Square Enix games like that can go anywhere from 90 to over 100 hours. I believe you. It definitely looks like it's inspired by Saga Frontier though. Like for sure. It's got Saga Frontier written all over it. I mean, that's not a bad thing. I thought that you were game deving though. That was a thing. Because Nick had said that you were streaming, and I was like, didn't he say that he was going to do some stuff like offline? Like you needed to focus, is what I remember. You saying, like I caught wind of that, and I was like, okay. But then when I heard you were streaming again, I was like, oh, that's weird. And then it was after I sent you the message, and he says, no, he's playing Octopath. I was like, he needs to focus in on that because you want to try to appreciate the story. I'm not a fan of this. Why does it want to do an internal interface for this? It's like blowing my mind. What is this? That's why. I'm such a dummy. Okay. Now let's try the other one. Yeah, see, it's gonna be problematic. I knew it. We should definitely... Oh yeah, live coding is challenging. It's doable for me, but I prefer playtesting live. Yeah, I mean, live coding is... It's not that it's hard or anything. I just prefer doing game dev stuff, streaming than coding. Because I just always feel like me bouncing around like this isn't really producing anything for folks to like get anything from. Oh, come on. Alright, let's try doing it this way. Like, this line right here is annoying the heck out of me. I don't think we should have this. If I get rid of this, what happens? We got 3 broken lines. This is so annoying. Oh! I think I kind of get what I was supposed to do here. Oh, my head is freaking spinning. So we don't do this here. I think we want to have to try it this way. Or private. I think this is a CS9 feature. I think that's where I'm getting the hard stop at. That's not going to change anything. Hey, Stoner, what's going on, man? It's going rough. this is not a happy place to be right now. I am I'm messing with somebody else's code and trying to apply it for data persistence just because it's different, and I want to see like what it's really about and if it fits, if it's a good fit for what I'm trying to do, or if I can make it fit. And this is not a happy place. Huh. So we're just trying to figure this one out, man. I wonder, can I do this? This would work. But this isn't how it's supposed to work. I'm trying to find out. Trying to find an example. But I never used it, so I have no real idea of how to go about it. Anyway, so how you been doing, man? I'm hoping everything is okay. Wait, we should be able to... We should be able to learn what we're supposed to do from this. Podcast? I mean, I guess that was a podcast. That was more of a just talking about the most random stuff ever. I think we hit on like 30 different topics in 3 minutes. That was from like everything was of absolute importance. We all needed to know that Godzilla versus King Kong was not even close. Like, forget low diff. Let's see. Okay, I got you. So there is no method of creating this. It's just a call that we have to do.
There's a distance between us. It's getting hard to reach out. Haven't seen you in seasons, but all I hear is your voice. I know my limits. You can break me down, but I'll stay till the finish line. And I've been counting minutes.
I'm so annoyed with this. Like, it's truly annoying me right now. I'm reading how this guy put this together, and it's irking me. Like, why would you force it to... Where's that part? This is the part that's messing me up. His whole JSON utility stuff, like, this is what I hate talking smack about other people's code, but it's like every time I watch this guy's stuff, he's definitely a top level programmer, but it's like he starts off with the usual stuff like this and then blends into some of the most frustrating implementations I've ever seen. Like this is all, like, all of this is like bread and butter, right? This is just how you would normally do this. In fact, this is extremely simple. But it's just like he has no chill. He goes right from the simplest implementation to the most convoluted implementation. It's crazy. Like, I still don't see the benefit of doing it with this part. Like, why are you having this track this twice when you already have it stored here? Right? Because T data is only ever going to take in of type iSavable. So you can still get this. So what is this? And then if this is a thing, why does it have to have the same ID number? Right? And if iSavable, it's boggling the mind. Because if T data is going to basically be iSavable, why have T data? Why not just make the bind inside of iSavable? I don't get it. Like, it's like he made a wrapper to make a wrapper. I just don't get it. And when I look at this, it's not helping to figure this out either way. Alright, so first we go through the whole project, and then we find all the objects that include T being, where T is a mono behavior that has I bind. So where T data is iSavable. Oh, I think I see what he did. Okay. I think I see what he did. Ugh, that is frustrating. That is frustrating as heck. Because this won't work. Right? This won't work. We could do this. And I think it's game. Okay. So we need character data. Or actually, okay, and then we can do the quick refactoring through implementing the interface. Okay, so now we're going to bind. Basically what we're saying is we're binding the entity manager by using the game entity type that it's going to have here, which belong inside of each one of these entities. So you let me know, dude. Because, I mean, whenever I pop by, I just don't think that Octopath is a good bet for that, because it's kind of like I mean, maybe it is. I'm not sure, but it's kind of like the other game that we were playing. What was it called? Risk of Rain 2. So that made more sense for that, because that's kind of like, you know, multiplayer and all this other stuff. But Octopath is kind of just yeah, that's what I was about to say. Okay, fair enough. That makes sense now. Yeah, sure, definitely. That makes a lot more sense. Like Octopath is kind of weird. You could do it. That would basically be like a sporting podcast, right? Let's see. Like if I yeah. Um okay. So we're getting there. We're kind of getting there. We're kind of getting there. Okay. So this is our new ID. Okay. All right, Stoner. That's a good distraction, dude. And if you're gonna be distracted, right? Okay, there we go.
Fill me out with your smile. Like the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 Safe and sound.
I hate you could do this. So this is something that you can do in a dynamically typed language that you cannot do here, which sucks. um maybe not. Give me 1 second. Be right back. Okay, we're back. You right. And you've been in and out of that hospital for a minute now, man. Holy cow. Is it all just one thing, or... I don't think this is going to be what we want. Hmm. Hmm. So... So we can't do this. I thought we could get away with it, but no, we have to do it this way. It sucks, but that's the difference between statically and dynamically typed language. It is what it is. Because of a 903. I'm gonna look that up. I don't see anything about it. That's weird. Like, suicide attempt comes up, but I'm not sure what a 903 is. Wait, so you try to self-delete? Is that somebody else you know try to self-delete? That's weird. If that's just like something super casual to bring up. like, that was a very from left field. I'm assuming that you're okay, right? I don't know if I could ever do that. Like every time I think it's bad or there's no better option, I just remember I really enjoy the taste of food. And it's like, what food haven't I tasted yet? That's usually the first of many things. The first of many things. Because there's some foods that are just like, you've had them before, but then someone makes them and it makes it different. And it's like, that is a new style and you want to try to do it yourself, kind of. Simple things like that. I think when it starts getting complicated is when it can get dark. All right. So now what's good with this system is we can do this. Right? And so this so now the player will always be 000. Are you in the US or outside of the US? Like, where are you roughly? Canada. I don't know, man. Simplify it, you know? You gotta it gets when you let it get complicated, it gets overwhelming. That's the only thing I can say. Because when the dark thoughts start coming in, it's usually at around that point where it's just like I've let things get too complicated around me. Like these last week and a half, basically, I just spent the time at my own pace, researching, learning, poking, testing out stuff, but I intentionally pulled out of the projects as far as I could go because I couldn't see the light at the end of the tunnel, right? And so I needed that. I needed to start from. I needed to basically get my mind to start from square one without actually starting the project over. I said, you know what that sounds like? It sounds like a refactor. That's my philosophy, not just with that, but like most. If it starts getting overwhelmed, just simplify and give yourself the. You got to give yourself credit, also, and that involves recognizing, yeah, you're human. So you're not going to get it the first time, the second time, maybe not the 100th time. So you got to be patient with yourself the most. That's what it means to me, anyway. Like, I forget sometimes that I'm human also. And I just put too much on my plate immediately. You know? does. When it starts to get overwhelming, that's when the emotions come in. You know, you just don't think. You just don't think. Well, you do think, but it's all dark thoughts. Or rather, you do think, but it's all dark thoughts. Yeah. But I'm no therapist, so hopefully you're getting somebody really good to help you, man. Entities contains keys, ID, get a hash code.
I'm on my own, broken and alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Don't stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere.
Oh, we don't need to do this. Because we have this.
I'm on my own, you made it so. And now I'm chasing nightmares too. I used to run with you through the great big leaves. Laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me.
Yeah, the land of hurry up and wait. Yeah, I get that. It sort of, no, it totally reminds me of the song. It's called Hey Ren by Ren. Yeah, pretty much. A good illustration is when you see that guy who's driving through the highway and cutting through every single person through the traffic jam. Then you just drive for like 5 more minutes and you're literally right beside that guy, or he's even behind you. It's like all of that cutting through didn't matter. Just, you gotta be patient with yourself. In fact, it did matter. He was putting himself in danger doing that, you know?
No point in blaming you, you did not know. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world
Just remembering things that are super simple that I like to do. That's enough for me. I mean, like, super simple. So I don't even remember people. I just remember, like, I gave an example. Like, food is a great one. That's what they call it, right? Comfort food, things like that. Let's close a couple of these things because it's throwing me off. I feel it. I'm getting there. I feel it. It's coming together. It's very rough right now. It's like I'm dealing with putty, but I'm starting to get my hands around it. Yep, exactly, but I am good now. I have an appointment with a counselor. I think it is a counselor I have an appointment with, someone to talk to next week. That's exciting. Yeah, man. I mean, it's a good thing already that, you know, do you read for me, my one of my favorite things to do is to read manhwas, if you know what those are. If you're interested, it just, I mean, it's a niche, so not everybody gets into them, but they're pretty cool. And they, what I really like about them is the cliche of the once you've read like two or three of them, you basically know exactly what's going to happen. So you have like, it's almost like animes or mangas in that way, where they have cliche genres, but there's all super great. Well, I shouldn't say that. There's some of them that I legit just can't get through. Like, I just have to stop and say enough. But one of them that is like, so the one that got me into it, which I don't even read anymore because it's it's like the McDonald's fast food of manhwas, is Marshall Peak, and I just don't read it anymore because it's like they need to just stop at a certain point. They're already at like chapter 3,000 and change, almost 4,000, and it's like, bro, after the like maybe 300th chapter, you start realizing it's kind of the same story over and over and over again, but the scenery's changed. It goes from, and it was really cool when it was. So this is like that comic book issue, right? You can understand the human brain can deal with and appreciate street level threats easily, right? And it's very easy to write street level threats out because it's so intuitive with the mind. We know what the common thug looks like, what their motivations can be, and so on. And you know, the hypocrisy of the criminal mind. And then, so that's easy to write for, and it's very easy to be entertained by. But then it starts to get wonky, right? Because, well, not wonky. It starts, the rope that you have, that you're walking on, it goes from being, let's say, 6 feet wide, and it just keeps getting narrower as you go closer and closer towards, like, you know, like spatial, like multiversal or galactic threats and things like that. Like, it's just like, reality isn't as grounded anymore, and certain things just become difficult to write with. And so you just end up with a lot of regurgitated plot points that you'd see at the street level, but now it's at the galactic level. And you're like, don't these people have anything better to do, like, than to worry about who looked at whose girl the wrong way, and now, you know, you're courting death? it's like, it's like at the galactic level, really? And then, of course, you're dealing with, like, you know, magic space roosters and stuff like that, which is kind of nuts. It's like, are you serious? Like, the enemies at this point should look like, I don't know, aberrations or something, not gigantic space bunny rabbits or turtles. And in one case, it was like a whale squid hybrid, at least, so it looked kind of weird. But then you go from that into literally just a bear with a third eye on its face. That sounds familiar. Let me look. And hello, Piotr. I'm assuming I pronounced that incorrectly, though. Hoping I pronounced it right. Renegade Immortal? If it's a light novel only, then probably not, because I think I've only ever read 2 light novels from manhwas. But if it's, because I'm looking at it and I'm just seeing light novels. Give me 1 second. It looks like it's uh yeah, it looks like it's just a light novel. So no, I haven't. Is it good? Like, what's the overall genres? Like the only light novel that I recall going through and then just stopping at like chapter 1000 was the Chaotic Demon Butler. And that one, it just became, the translation just became impenetrable for me. Renegade Immortal web novel. Yeah, this is a novel. Okay. Yeah, no, I haven't read this before. It says Wang Lin is a very smart boy with loving parents. Although he and his parents are shunned by the rest of their relatives, uh, his parents always held high hopes for him. So this looks like the hero's journey kind of thing. But he needs to stand up for his Jade-like sister. Questionably his sister, maybe girlfriend. We don't know. These stories are hilarious, man. One day, Wang Lin suddenly gained a chance to walk on the path of an immortal, but found that he only had mediocre talent at best. Watch Wang Lin as he breaks through his lack of talent and walks the path towards becoming a real immortal. Yeah, this is the cliche story. I love this one. Like, this story I really get behind. Right? It's like you've seen it 1,000 times, but it's always great. Really? I'll check them out. I have added it to my library. I'm not averse to light novels, I just don't usually read them. Like, there's so many manhwas of them, and some of them do them real justice. Like, oh, the best one has to be right now that is in serialization right now is it has two names. So, I'm sorry, give me 1 second. Top Tier Providence is what it's called, or Cultivate Secretly for 1,000 Years is the other name for it. Like, that one is just great. Yeah, that's basically what I've been doing also. Like, I just have that in the background while I'm doing stuff. But actually, YouTube, my browser just completely slows down sometimes. Like, I just leave it and it's like a 30-hour video. It's like, okay. But sometimes these translations, there's a game that came out that, if you want to talk about the most potty mouth I've ever heard of any translation ever, it has to go down to, and I actually asked, so there was it was, I believe it was AI translated, right? um and I had to contact the Discord that were dealing with the translation to find out if this was a legitimate translation or not, because I thought somebody was just having a go at it, and they were like, no, 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 that's what was said in Chinese. So I'm not going to repeat it here. Just know that if you hear one of those sentences where it's like 90% bleeped out, and then you get like one or two conjoining words, and that's it, but everything else is just bleeped out, and they're all unique reasons to bleep, right? It's not like you're repeating the same curse word over and over again. There's just so many different, and the sentence still made sense. So it's like, and it's like, why would you call someone that? So I have to give it credit where they do. The Wuxia stories, or at least that game, in that scene, it was just hilarious. I'm like, what the heck kind of, it's like the most random cursing I've ever seen. It was just so random. Oh man. Okay. I'll get the name of the game. Hold on 1 second. Um, it technically its name is in Chinese, so I can just get the store page, um, on Steam. Copy, and I will post it in chat. Here you go. So there's a scene in there that is just like incredibly over the top with cursing. I think it's a scene after basically you find it happens like I want to say close to midway through the game. I don't want to spoil it if you're ever going to play it, but basically there's a scene where you have to try to uncover how to get to a certain island to find a mystical flower to deal with something. And you find out that the person who knows where it is, his girlfriend was abducted, so now you have to go and deal with the hoodlums until you get to the girlfriend, and depending on like your cultivation level at the time, different things could be said by the different NPCs, because these are mortals and they don't, they don't sense that you're an immortal until like you do something that'll show them that you're an immortal, kind of. But in one of the scenes where this happens, the level of words is just incredible. Like I had a friend in high school that could curse like that, and it was just the most random stuff, and it was just like how? Like the most creative cursing I've ever seen. But I really like scripts like that though. Like you just when they I love the as long as I keep it encapsulated, it's fine. Right? Like I mean, but like iSaveable is just here in system persistence. We're not really using it in other places. So it kind of just lets me know that this is within a specific group of code. So this doesn't affect anything else, basically. All right, so let's go here. Short answer, not really. I haven't really bumped into the... If anything, interfaces make things easier for me. Because you can do like really generic stuff with interfaces. Like I'll show you one. So like my pool callback script, we just do iPool call, and then we can pass through a generic into iPool call. And so we can cache iPool call and then just do the return on iPool call. And whatever this interface instance is, will we just return it, not knowing what it actually is, or even caring, really. So stuff like wrapper stuff like this just makes things super cool. So this is like the back end of my cooling system, essentially. Just to show you like the power of an interface. But this iSaveable system, I might just scrap it because I'm just testing this out right now to see if it's a good fit for my current, or if I can adapt my current data system for it. But I have one that I've made also, a separate one entirely that's using events instead of doing it this way. Um, but I want to try this way. I want to see what, always try new things. So right now you're watching me go through the learning pains of it. Yeah, my skills are probably just poor, but I usually just use public static classes and public static functions everywhere. That's fine too. I mean, I use them also. I mean, the two don't like necessarily mute each other out. You can, like for example, like here, right? So this is a struct we just made, this GUID struct, but we have, where is it? I think this is it. Yeah. Oh no, that's not it. Ah, there we go. This is it. So yeah, like we have here our tool stuff, right? So I just like have a couple of scripts. So this is my art library, this my personal library. So everything here I usually just extend into. But let's say I don't need my art library or I need something else. So we have here our serialization library for data persistence. And then we have a separate tool for this one. All right, and so we just have our static calls for handling that stuff also. So it's cool. And we also have serializable, observable inner classes and stuff like that in here. It's just where we store our utilities, basically. Granted, I don't think I've used this ever. I think this is also this guy's methods. Pretty sure it is. I just grabbed it. What is this? Observable. Yeah, this is not mine. This is not my style of code at all. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not mine. Okay. All right, let's close this. The utilities are good. It's always nice to have them around, for sure. In the car game project that I was doing, I actually was using the statics a lot for identities. They're a viable thing. This time around, though, we're going for building out this thing. Okay. I'm pretty sure this has something going on here. What is it? Oh, I guess not. Interesting. No, I mean, it's not really about skills. It's just about what you're comfortable with, right? So if you're comfortable with something, it doesn't make you more or less skillful with it. Right now, you're just not comfortable with interfaces. When you get more comfortable with it, you'll use them more often. It's that simple. Believe it or not, I guarantee you use interfaces a lot more than you realize you do. Like, every time that you use a list or a coroutine, you're using the enumerator interface. You get what I mean? It's just that once your brain is ready to say, hey, yeah, I'm actually comfortable with this, or that I use it and it's nothing big, you're in there. Okay, I think we're good. So from here, we can just do, yeah, I think we're good. But let's go back over to the entity list. Stiff. So we want to spawn a character. So actually, since we have this made now, we can just do this. I guess not. I guess we have to do this. Entity. Game entity. What is game entity again? Game entity. Yeah. Character data. Uh-huh. Sure, we'll leave it as game entity. I don't know why it's not working, but whatever. Okay, so we have a character, so this is going to be I think this is a mono behavior. Yeah. Okay. Oh. So entities don't exist. So this exists as a mono behavior. It doesn't exist as anything else. So what we actually want
seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season.
There we go.
Not for long, just a time, just
So now the player will always have the unique ID that we start the game off with. And then now all other characters can have IDs that we create for them or whatever. Point is, we have a method of creating IDs or auto-generating them. So how does this play out, right? So we could make a bunch of NPCs first that are pre-made from like scriptable objects, and then just like have them have a preset of numbers on them. That makes sense. Right, but regardless, the player will always be 0000. In this case. Okay. Okay, so if this is a player ID, in other words, if it's just 0 out, then we check to see if we already have a player made using that ID. If we don't, then we make it. And in entities, we can do that. Okay, else. We can just do... We can probably get away with just doing this out here. Right, that makes sense. There we go. Oh, whoops. Ah, okay, we don't need this. Oh, we don't need that, actually. There we go. We do that up here. Awesome. Okay. So now we spawn a... So this isn't actually spawning something into the scene that is visual for the player. What this is spawning is technically a mono behavior that represents the data. So think of this as like this is the true character, but then the objects that we see in the world or in the menu or in the dungeon areas, like the character you see attacking and the enemies, stuff like that, those are all visualizations of this information that we just spawned in. So spawn might be a wrong word to put here. Generate. Entity manager bind. Generate new ID. But I'm gonna check out, I think after this, I'll check out the audiobook for Renegade Immortal. I don't do very well even with the audiobooks though for light novels. Like sometimes I like to just look at the screen and see like a picture or something, and being like abstract AI art is just like, okay, super generic. I'm just finicky that way, I guess. How quick is this call? What are we doing here? It's fine. Not terrible. Okay. So we're going to generate characters. Let's return no. If it is player ID. Okay, there we go. The problem with manga adaptation of novels is that the story is usually butchered or just turned into super light versions of generic cultivation. Hello, Art. There are 6 streams from YouTubers I like, and I chose you. Be honored. Like, live right now, usually it's 1 or 0. The way I look at it, Nick, thank you very much. But at the same time, you have options, dude. That's always a good thing. That is always a good thing. Better that than being bored, right? You actually just mixed Nepal. He was over here a second ago. You see, that's the thing. Nobody's going to disagree with me on that Godzilla would wreck King Kong. So I'm looking forward to that one person that just has to be the contrarian, and no one wants to take the bait. So I'd like to say that the discussion is over on that. Okay. So we have this generate character here. We generate the player first, so we can call generate player. Boom. It'll fail if the player already exists. All right, so then let's handle archiving. So inside of entity, we probably want to introduce an archive call. Entity. Game entity. There you go. Right, and so okay, what did I just do? Oh, we're in the wrong area. Whoops. 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 There we go. There we go. And we can do basically the same thing here. There we go. I mean, it is possible if the writers deliberately underpowered her, I guess. Making the magic... What? Wait, I missed something. So... there's just some of them that are good, some of them that are bad. Like, there's some that it's just way too much detail. So there's one that's out right now in serialization. Called, I think it's called Deo of the Insane Immortal, right? And it's a psychological manga. It's less power trip, more psychological, where the main character, you start off with the main character being in the cultivation world, and then he wakes up and he's in a hospital bed, and it turns out that he's psychotic, or he basically, when he goes under, he has to be strapped down because it's like he becomes he starts foaming, he gets all kinds of bizarre things happening to him, so they have to sedate him and all this other stuff. But in his mind, he's in like a cultivation world and all kinds of stuff. The freaky part is when he comes back to the real world, things from that cultivation world kind of bleed into the real world. So he like thinks he sees things, but then nobody else sees those things, and then those things aren't really there. But then it feels like it's like his overreaction to it or reaction to it is what they are medicating him over. And then he goes back to the cultivation world at one point. Like he's just doing his normal thing and suddenly he relapses into it. And then inside of the cultivation world, you have and it's one of the this is a demonic path cultivation method, like deep demonic path. So they're talking about like human sacrifices and stuff like that. Like they're turning people into potions. And then inside of this world now, he's trying to convince himself that he needs to, this is not the real world. There's a real world out there. And then stuff from the real world is bleeding into his fake world. And at the same time, he has to start doubting it because now he's seeing faces that are familiar to him in this world. There's a whole history to him in this world. And then they feed him some kind of medicine because they're saying that his brain is messed up or whatnot inside of the cultivation world. And it alleviates his the visions that he was getting of the real world. So now the question becomes, what just happened to him, kind of, right? But then it's like a life and death situation because the guy that is let's say the mentor, the master of that small part of the group, is constantly going by, he doesn't know how to read, he's an illiterate. And so he's been convinced by a zombie doll thing, that thing doesn't know how to read either, but he doesn't know that he needs to do, turn people into powder, and he needs people with white hair, blonde hair, whatever. And he would just pick randomly. It turns out, like later on in the thing, you find out. So basically, he comes. It turns. I'm not going to tell you like exactly how it plays out, but it's just like you have to, as the reader, you have to guess whether or not which one is actually the real world. Like, was he actually in the cultivation world, or something else is happening here? But if he makes, like, at one point, it gets that life or death situation where he went into the mentor's house, killed a specific thing. I'm not going to say what it was in case you want to do it. And then now the mentor finds out, and only a group of them were there. And it was like, is this guy going to figure out, because he has no real alibi, right? Everybody else has an alibi. And it's like, now it's his turn to say, hey, where were you when this happened? And so now his brain is racing at 1,000 miles per hour to figure out what he can possibly say. Can he pull on somebody to back him up? Can he actually trust the person he thinks he can trust to back him up, and things like that. And it's just like, it's one of those types of, it's a trip. Right? It's like loose alliances of people who say that they have an agenda to try to escape, but then the last person before him, who he is actually replacing that person's position, died because he was betrayed by a person who he thought was with him and trying to escape. Like, and he found that out just tangentially, that is how that guy had died. So it's like that kind of writing. It's pretty cool. I think it's called Tao of the Insane Immortal. I think I need to keep on taking my break, because even though I'm getting it's like I'm getting glimmers of what I can do or the approaches that I can take, but I'm just not. My brain isn't there yet. Maybe that sounds. I think it's insane or bizarre or something. I don't know. Tao of the insane mortal. Yeah, it's bizarre immortal. Bizarre. Yeah, Tao of the bizarre mortal.
Giving up, letting go. Times when you might feel like unfulfilled. Looking down from the heights that we have built all by ourselves. And there is fear of the unknown, but we cannot lose control when we feel like the world.
No, it's maybe you're looking at the light novel. I was talking about the manhwa. Light novel is probably 1,000, but the manhwa is only up to like I think 13 or 24. I forget. Let me look it up. Hold on. Tao of the Tao of the Bizarre Immortal. Yeah, they're only up to chapter 25 in the manhwa's serialization.
Choices that it's hard not to look past. What is real and what is fake, and the risk we have to take. Will we know what is throwing off our balance? We cannot sink into the dark. Averted God is getting sharp. There's something bigger than ourselves. Broken postures that we need.
Entity. What? Oh, okay. I see what I'm doing. Okay. Interesting. The Bazaar, I have never read no manga, but now you've given me good reason. But do I dare take this job? You know, just remember that in any journey, it's it's about the it's about the experience, not the destination and not where you start from. Well, again, also that sounds like the light novel, which tends to be like super long. Like one of my favorite one, the demonic butler. The demonic butler is one of my favorite ones also, and that one, but that one is more power trip, right? Like it's don't get it twisted. It's definitely got it's more so it's not power trip. It's like 50% power trip. No, I shouldn't put it that way. It's like 25% power trip and like 75% politics. So it's like people creating machinations against other people. And then at the end, it's like it doesn't turn into normal. It's not like power trip as in you know, scream and punch things and suddenly you win, or talk no jutsu your way out of stuff. It's more power trip in that the main character, the main character normally can just win by, you know, like overwhelmingly overpowering their opponent, but he's like super quiet and observant. Let's put it that way. He's like really observant. So what he does is, instead of just going in and just like wiping them out instantly, which he did once, he did it once. He follows the idea of that when you're dealing with weeds, you have to pull out the roots. That's what he says. So he'll just keep giving that person rope over and over again until they have so much rope it's big enough to get the big haul, and he just wipes out everyone. So it's just interesting to watch like all of the power dynamics in play, and everybody thinking that they're one step ahead of him or several steps ahead of him, and then sometimes it looks like they are, because he puts himself in these situations where it's like he's mad. And sometimes it actually did happen where, you know, somebody he cared about actually got killed because it just got outside of his power to be able to take care of that person and take care of someone else. So he had to make a decision, ultimately, and you know, things like that are there. But at the end, he always has a plan, and that's how that works. So it's just like really cool. So it's not psychological like the Bizarre Immortal, but it's not a simple read either. The thing with it though is the light novel of it, I think it's just it's it's bad at a certain point, like because it just gets it's so granular, right? It's like there's so much information. It's just you can't I couldn't deal with it anymore. I couldn't deal with it. And the manhwa is pretty bad about it too. Like they go almost too like there's something called too faithful. So the manhwa is just like I wish sometimes it would condense things. But yeah, that's my beef with it. It's just too let me pull up the name for it. It's called so it has several names. The one that I have here is Magic Emperor. But the other one I believe is called Chaotic Demon Butler. Magic Emperor. Yeah, Magic Emperor brings it up. So, yep, I'm getting it all over Google searches. So, have fun with that one. I am so done with this system, bro. Like, I'm trying my hardest to wrap my brain around it and like apply it, but I see what. But what's the point? We do set binds, we do this, but it wants data. Okay. Like, I don't get it.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go.
I'm so lost. Why is this giving me a problem?
Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No,
What the heck?
rest, echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways,
I'm so lost. I am beat up, brother. I don't get it. Oh. Oh. Okay. What is game entity? I think we have too many layers here, brother. Got it. Okay. Oh, yeah. This system is bonkers, brother. I don't like this system at all. But we want to bind. I give up. Yeah, this thing beat me up. I'm gonna call it here. This thing really, truly beat me up. I'm gonna create... I'm either going to grab my old save load system, but this stuff is impenetrable. Like, it's so convoluted how he decided to handle this part. Like, I tried, but it's because of how he wants me to handle this. And in this project, I just don't see that working. Like, I could probably salvage it, but it's like, why? Because I could make my own system, and it would be far less interconnected than this is. Like, this has so many dependencies. Up and down. So it's just, I dare say that it's actually inferior to the method that I created last year. Just because of the hard connections that are made. Yes, they're interfaces, but they're still technically hard connections because you have to create instances of these objects. So I'm going to actually look at my old project, the one that I released on itch, and just grab the save load system off of that. Yeah, that makes sense. It doesn't make sense for me to do this. This has been a massive... I love this. This is the 90% of the reason why I think I decided to try this, which is the serializable GUID. I just wanted to use this. Believe it or not, this is the entire reason why I just put myself through like the last 3 or 4 hours. It was just this one thing. I really like serializable GUID. But it's not worth it. It's just not worth it. Diss track when? Yeah. I should drop one on him, right? Yeah, okay, I'll add that to my ever-expanding in case I get bored to-do list. After I read that, I will convert you into a Minecraft expert as retaliation. Shit, I'm in day 2 of mix merging errors now. I forgot I didn't set up cloud note syncing on my phone. That pains me. I mean, I would basically be going from 0 to expert in Minecraft because I know about the game. I know when it was released, but I never played it. I was playing when Minecraft was doing its thing. The only game I was playing around that time was probably Terraria or Spacebound. Starbound. Whoops. And I loved making stuff. Like, I think Starbound was the first game I ever modded. And it was just fun. I made this weapon that you could shoot, like, these orbs that would float around you. And you could just, like, shoot them out and they'd come back. Stuff like that. pretty cool. I know basically everything there is to know. Okay. What's tomorrow's winning lottery numbers? Oh, you mean just in Minecraft? Okay, yeah, I got you. I got you. No, I mean, I mean, I just don't know, and it's kind of like World of Warcraft, right? I never played that either. There's a lot of these games that were just like super popular that I never played, and it's weird because you know you'd think I would have played them because they're not like games I hate. I would be surprised if it was actually those numbers. Or I wouldn't be surprised if it was actually those numbers and neither one of us ever played it. Like, that would be life right there. Yeah, I give up on this. Like, this is needlessly painful. The way that they set it up. Like, the way I had it set up in my version is I just used an action. And when we created a object that was, like, iSaveable, on enable, it would register itself with the save load system. And then when we go to call save, we would just call save on that item. Because it was the iSaveable had the interface save and load, and it would just handle the information that way. I think that is far more intuitive than whatever the hell this mess is. Right? And if all I really want is this GUID, then I could do that. This is, like I said, this guy, Git Amend is his channel. I recommend you can check him out because he does introduce some really high-level stuff. But it's a game, brother. Like, I think he does it intentionally where he's like, he starts off super simple. This is like the ground level intuitive. And then suddenly does like the most convoluted approach I've ever seen. And it's like, bro, like nobody's using, it's like, like why? And then he says, but it's adaptable. No, this is not adaptable. Like, it does not fit in every project. I don't know if it was even meant to. I think if you're going to try to make something fit in every project, you use, like, if you've made something, right, and that class has gone beyond 2 classes or 3, you're getting into that area of, this might not be something that fits into every project as a standalone feature, right? Like, at that point, you just have to finish building it out and make an asset, because it just doesn't, it needs to be something that operates in editor, not in code at that point. And here he has me introduce at the minimum like 9 different classes just to get save loading done, which is nuts. Like, you should be able to get save loading done probably in 1, 2, 3. Maybe 4 classes, so that's one utility, 1 manager, 1 interface, and 1 wrapper. Right? And that would basically be it. Like, this has me irked right now. I'm gonna call it here. Like, I think I'm gonna call it here. I'm gonna tomorrow though. This has inspired me to just use my old system. And so now that I'm more serious about getting this project done, I'm gonna actually just tap into my old code and just pull that up, because I think that's the best bet instead of trying to do all these brand new things. Yeah, when you look back, you realize that's the thing. When you're doing it, you don't realize how much you're doing. But when you look back, you're like, holy crap, I did that. That's how it always is. There's a reason why this stuff takes time and the amount of work that you do into it. I'm tempted to just delete all of this stuff though, because I don't know which. Tomorrow when I look at the code that I did previously, I'll just drag and drop them in and just delete the conflicts. That's what I'm gonna do. But this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous, man. I tried, but you know, if Get Amenda ever sees this, brother, I tried very hard. I really did. I did not. I am not throwing shade your way for no reason. You are on a different level, brother. Like, I get what's happening. I just can't use it. It's not made for this project. It's not made for any project that I'd ever made. To me, there is a much simpler, more performant way of handling it. I do really like how you handled serialized serializable GUID. It makes sense. And thank you for putting the code out there, bro. But it just isn't for me. I tried. All right, we're gonna call it there. So all right, Nick. I'm gonna check out. I checked it out. I think yesterday. So I'll check it out today. Usually when I go on Roman's channel, I only check out his work in progress, just to see like what he's up to. So if I can, I'll check it out, see what's up. King's Move Social Club. I don't know if he joined the Discord. If he did, then I guess I'll try to talk to him there and find out if he's interested in working together. That would be pretty cool. I'm not sure what project he wants to work together on, but I mean, if I can, you know, lend him some features or stuff like that. But he's doing Godot, and I do not see myself going back to Godot anytime soon. It's just not for me. Godot takes up way too much time for me to develop. Okay, there we go. All right. There we go. So, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, so we're going to call it there. That's going to be the end of it. Tomorrow, I'm going to... Yeah, I'll stream tomorrow. I think for sure. I'm going to just do... early in the morning, I'm going to just check what the old code looked like, if I have it still. I should have it. And that'll be it. All right, Nick. Have a good night.